Hello there. How are you guys doing? Happy Thursday. Totally streamed yesterday and the day before. Wasn't busy being sick. Yeah. Uh, it's been a bit of a rough week, but I'm here, feeling better. Glad to be feeling better. Uh, yeah, like basically, I won't go into a bunch of detail, but I went from having food poisoning over the weekend, I think, to having a cold that was mainly just a sore throat, which is great for streaming. So it was a great combination, thanks. That is exactly what I needed this week, universe. So, yes. Um, well, I don't even know what caused it, to be honest. It could have been anything. Like, I tried a new type of jam, maybe it was that. I don't know. Maybe my body just felt like things were too boring. I don't know. But yeah, it's been a week. Um, but yeah, I'm feeling better now, and didn't end up developing a super sore throat since I just took it easy and gave myself some time to get better. A fun fact, I used to have that issue like back when I was still in school, and the sore throat part would usually last for like 2 weeks. So this is nicer to just have to deal with it for like 3 days instead of weeks on end. So yeah, I kind of lucked out a bit. Not going to be doing a bunch of screaming today, so I'll still like try not to overdo it. We shall see if I manage. But I should be back to normal basically. But yes, I hope the rest of you had a better week than I did. Because, well, I'd say it's not too difficult to have had a better week than someone who was sick for almost an entire week. So, yeah. Yes, I won't be riding on any of the coasters we're building today, because, uh, I don't think I'll fit inside my computer to try and go on any of those coasters. So, um, I feel like there's going to be issues with trying that. So, maybe some other time. Or maybe I need to climb into my monitor. I don't know. Either one sounds kind of difficult. And sounds like maybe not the right day to do that today. So, yeah. Um, but yes, I'm quite glad to be feeling better, because I do not enjoy feeling sick. You know, unpopular opinion, being sick sucks. So, anyway, let's build some roller coasters. There we go. It's 2023. But close enough. But right, I totally pre-recorded this last year, just in case. Yes, it's very important to note that down. Wouldn't want to forget and, like, go all, oh, this weekend I'll treat myself by trying out the common cold. But yeah, this time we get to build a theme park from scratch. Supposed to have 800 guests in October of year 3, with a rating of 600. Wow. Let's look at this place. Okay, so we've got some props and stuff over there. Somewhat small park for now. Can we expand? Oh, yes. Yes, we can expand. A lot. Okay, Good to know. Bit of a weird shape in some spots. So, I'm not sure if making an entirely horrible park is actually going to work. But maybe we'll try something silly with this one. But it is the first time in a while that I get to fully build it from scratch, so I do want to make use of that. Alright, let's press that play button. We've got 10,000. Okay. True. People love go-kart rides. No matter how crappy they are. Well, the park already has a name. Mothball Mountain. Okay. Let's... I mean, we have an information desk. We're doing maximum funding. Good. So, what's gonna be the first ride when people come in? A carousel. Obviously. How could I not? Alright. I'll get rid of some of those trees. And... there. I mean, it spins, but I still kind of want it to face the right way. So... maybe a tiny bit further back? Or I'll just have the entrance loop around. I think I'll do that. So I'll place it right here. Exit goes onto the path right there. And entrance will be back here. Okay. And hues are going to be yellow in this park. There. Actually, I could move the exit over a bit. Just to have them right next to each other. It's a bit nicer. Alright. Our first thing in the park. Well, the first actual ride. Because it did have the information desk. So, shall we do a haunted house? It is almost October. We kind of have to do a haunted house. I think it'll fit well back here. There. That's kind of nice. And then... exit over here. Entrance back here. Oh, no, that's wrong way around. Exit. Entrance was supposed to go there. And exit right there. Alright. And we are going to connect that up. Actually, do we want to do a different type of path? I kind of like the one we've got. Maybe the dark gravel? No, we'll go with a standard one. That poll is going to end, well, shortly before October. So, probably next week? I would guess. Because I will have to make the schedule for the first week of October. So, yeah, I'd guess around there. Okay. That's pretty nice so far. I'll open the park already. And we'll add some food stands. And we'll make umbrellas more expensive. There. €10 umbrellas. 40 cents maps. Okay. And we'll do toilets right next to the drink stall. Open the carousel. And burgers. There. Not sure if I'll add no entry sign there. People really don't need to go there. So I think I will. Because I think it might mess up pathfinding a bit. There. Maybe this one instead. Oh, whoopsies. There. Totally didn't just delete the path. There, I like that one. We're gonna go with that one. For this park. Still gonna have the same old benches, though. And some bins. Everyone's going in the haunted house because it's raining. I mean, it's one way to do it. Okay. Time to build something more substantial. Where are we going to have room for a roller coaster? I think on this side. So we could have a roller coaster right at the entrance. I think the roller coaster is gonna go... How do we want the start to be? This way? It's gonna be a pretty harsh corner there. So we'd have to slow them down for that. Unless we have them go that way at the start, then they're already slow. I think that's a decent plan. Alright. So which roller coaster is it gonna be? I mean, we could try and build a somewhat crappy one for this. Okay. Around. And then you go up a tiny bit. Then you go flat. Oh, right. Need to pull them up. Can't just go up without pulling them. There. Flat. Then we turn. Can we go down and turn at the same time? Nah. Maybe this would work? I feel like it wouldn't. So, down one. Then we turn. Oh, we don't have room anymore. Of course we don't. Okay. Land height is the issue there. So we would have to go up higher for that. Fine, I guess? Or, well, we don't have room for that either. Alright, we'll just go flat. Go down a tiny bit. Go flat. Right. And now we can't fit anything. We'll not go up as far. There. So, that height should work. Now we go around. Okay. We go down a bit. No? Not gonna work. Fine. We'll just go down near the water. Hope that's gonna work. But it might not. There. Maybe something like this. Then we don't have to go up as high. There. Now we... turn back into the station. Doesn't that look exciting? It doesn't. Okay, entrance at the front, exit at the back. And does it work? Whee! So exciting! Oh, okay, that's a pretty crappy coaster. Could we have 2 trains instead? Let's do 4 cars? Because having the trains be that long seems a bit silly. There, 3 trains. Let's try that. Does that look a bit less silly? Yeah, it's better. Whee! What's the rating of this thing? I wonder. Okay. Gonna work on building the queue for it. Yes, I'm also glad that I'm feeling better. I was talking about it earlier, but I was not having a fun weekend. So, glad to be back. Like, basically I was sick, not just during the week, but also the weekend. So, yeah. Would not recommend. So, what's this place's rating? High intensity, low excitement, low nausea. How is that high intensity? Oh well. There. And connecting it up. Alright. Let's open this. And let's tell people to not go up to the exit. There. Beautiful. people like the crappy coaster. I mean, maybe I'll make all the rides kind of tiny and crappy. Ride time is 31 seconds. Oh, it's great. Totally worth your money. Okay. Anything else we want to add? Oh, I could do some decorations in the middle. Don't really have room for them. Fine. Trees it is. What sort of trees do we have around here? Mainly... where are they? These. So let's put some of these in. There. Just so it looks a tiny bit less empty in the middle. But yeah. It works. People are queuing for that. They are excited about it. Good enough. Oh, and we need staff. Handyman, I'm gonna make them orange. And mechanics, also orange. Everyone's gonna wear bright orange in this park. Well, everyone who's part of the staff. Oh fine, it's just their belts that's bright orange. Yeah, it pretty much is, yes. This park is crammed. Wow. Didn't expect it to be so full. Considering there's nothing to do. So, you are not going to be mowing the grass, and neither are you. Yes, I'm very glad to be better. So, what are we going to build next? I mean, it is going to save a bunch of money to build crappy coasters. So, I guess we could build another one. People really like them. I could charge more for this one, probably. €3? Yeah, they're fine paying €3. €4? Yeah, they're fine paying €4. 5? Yeah, they're fine paying 5. 6? They're fine paying 6. We'll leave it at 6 for now. And the merry-go-round, that seems to be too cheap. I'm gonna ask for $250. Same for the haunted house. There we go. I'll just give the stuff away for free. Oh, and I'll add an ice cream place. There. Some people are gonna want ice cream. Alright. So, next actual thing we're building Let's see. I mean, we could build a couple of smaller ones, just to pad out the park a bit. But I think I'll just do a tiny mini coaster. The smallest of mini coasters. Okay. I'll go for... let's see. Let's start it over here. Can I make that happen? Might have to iron out that hill. Okay. Maybe we'll start up here. Okay. There. So, there we go around. Then we go up. And we go down. Then we go up a bit. Because we went down too far. There. How very exciting. Now, entrance is gonna be somewhere towards the back. Well, the front, but further away from the path, basically. And let's test it. Probably gonna want to change the number of trains again. Could just do one train. Or... five tiny trains? Let's try that. Whee! And back to the start. How very exciting. Right. Maybe we'll do low nausea, low excitement, low intensity. Well, that's what you get here. I do have a feeling nobody's gonna queue for this, but we'll find out. I guess this is basically a park that's aimed at children, because, you know, don't want to have it be too traumatic for the kids. So let's open this one and see if anyone queues for it. Yes! Yes, people are queuing! Alright. Yes, only the lightest of trauma. There we go. No, nobody's queuing because it's raining again. Oh, wow, that one's popular. Well, well, well. Okay. We're already making money. And getting closer to 300 guests. We only need 800. So, it's gonna be a very cramped park, but since the rides aren't going to take a lot of room, kinda works out. Let's flatten out this hill. There. Maybe I should have fewer trains on this. People are currently queuing for it. Let's just close it for a tiny bit. Full train. Open it. There. That's better. Alright. Slide. Sure, we can have one of those. Let's smooth out this part. Nope, that's not what I was going for. There. Much better. Slide. There. And I think I'll disconnect this path for a bit. To build the entrance. Because I'm sure these people can't wait to stand in line for the slide. There. And open it. And put as many people on there as fit. There. Close to 300 happy customers. Well, not that happy. Alright. We'll have to add in more benches. Oh, and entertainers, I could get those. Yeah. There's tiger suits, right? Yeah, tiger. since I decided that the staff is going to all be dressed in orange, because that's just the colour of this park. Like, high visibility vest orange. Because you just want to have a very safe park, you know? Okay, I think we'll have to build a more exciting crappy ride. Because our current crappy rides don't have that thrill factor. Which height do I want to build this? We could just build it further up. And then, like, go over the other stuff. I think the entrance is just gonna be back here. Over the other ride, yes! How high can we go? I think around this height is good enough. And then we turn around. And as I mentioned, it is a crappy coaster. It has to live up to its name. There. Well, I'm actually doing better now. I'll have you know. Okay. There. And let's turn around. Can we add brakes? Is that an option here? Brakes, yes. Okay. Fine, I'll build entrance and exit. Let's see. Ah, right, the other coaster's in the way. So let's build it here and there. And switch it on for testing. Yes, got some room. Oh, fine. There. Fine. Let's think. This should be the right one. Yes. Right. And adding in the sign. And the rating is medium, 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 medium. Perfect. Here, have a medium coaster. Doesn't it look exciting? First you go up, then nothing happens for a while. Still nothing happening, still nothing happening, still nothing happening, and you drop down, go up a bit, you brake, and you go back to the station. Just the tiniest amount of excitement. Hello, how you doing today? I think some people are gonna like that one. We'll see. Today we're trying to build kinda crappy stuff. It's working so far. Let's sell even more umbrellas. Some drinks. And some burgers. And the bathroom. Oopsies, I replaced some of the benches with bins. And people are queuing for it. Yep. Called it. Park rating is getting close to 600. Not sure why it dipped there. Okay. But I think their issue is that the park is just a bit too crammed. So I'll probably need to spread stuff out a bit more. Or at least have more pathways. gonna rain again? Come on. Okay. Oh, we can build some go-karts. People always love go-karts. I think that's gonna fit. Okay. That hill is a bit too steep. Let's flatten that. Oh, right. Fine. I'll just build it a bit higher up to not have to deal with that. So, go-karts. There. This height. How long of a go-kart track can you build? Alright. I guess that long. Okay. I mean, that area is already the same style, so might as well flatten that. There. Are people going to pay money for that? Probably. Should they? No. Entrance and exit. Okay. And we'll do continuous mode to try and get as many people on there as possible. Since they always just go... Well, they really like go-karts. So they go a bit silly about them. We'll make a long queue for this. Because queuing is half the fun, as everyone knows. There. And then the exit can just go onto the other exit. There. And open the go-kart track. Of course people are queuing for it. Look how exciting. Just a circle. Well, not really. An ellipsoid shape. A worm. There we go. So we've got go-karts, we've got people not throwing up. Good. Could build some of the more standard attractions now. Just to give people something to do. Built the ship. Back here? It's gonna be a very crammed park. Just because I want it to be. Okay. There. And the exit is gonna send them back here. Which will mean that that bench is gonna go, but I am okay with that. I'll go around here. Okay. Actually, might have been better to build it so that the exit could be shared between two different rides, but that's okay. We're going this. It's good enough. And open. If it works, it works. Or just have constant benches on the way out. Okay. Where's the next ride gonna go? People are liking the park. Could add in a crappy boat rental at the bottom. I don't think we have an entry price. Not that unusual. Well, well, well. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? How is your stream? Let's see, how am I going to get back up to that path? Is that going to be high enough? Just have to check, I guess. I'm having fun with it. Oh, we're too low still. Alright. Up one. Now we go flat. Is that gonna be enough? Yes, that connects. Alright. I think that's the right height. Yeah. Boat trundle is open now. And let's add in the no entry sign. Beautiful. Kinda works. Okay. Could do one of these. I'll start... Yeah, the swinging ship is above the lake, definitely. So it kind of makes sense to have it there. Okay. Let's go up. And flat. Down. Which tree's in the way? Oh, too high for supports. Fine. There. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Now it should. There. Beautiful. And entrance and exit. Junk in the way. Fine. Yeah, the game is kind of being rude to itself. Calling the decorations that were placed on this map junk. Let's see how it is. gonna have to connect that first. And then I can connect the exit. And let's test it, I guess. Got a feeling it'll be fine. It looks very exciting. Whee! And back to the start. Can you change the speed of this thing? I don't think so. Yes, it is raining. Change the color of the logs. Let's... I don't know. Oopsies, that was the same color again. Let's go for this. It's good enough. There. No, you can't change the color of the water. And excitement is medium. Neat. Let's open it. There. Since we do have a very crammed park, might as well use the available space. So, more thrilling, fine. Do we have any pre-built rides that are more thrilling? This one, I guess? Try and see if we can fit that in somewhere. It's gonna be raining again. Of course it is. It's a rainy park. Yeah, I think we'll continue building the path for now. Yeah, we can build... Fine, I'll build scrambled eggs in here. Which is a perfectly normal sentence. There. I'll put the entrance here, exit there. Things will follow. And let's... Yes, that is the right height. Okay, good. That's gonna be the exit. With a no entry sign. Which ones do we use here? These, okay. Continue using those. It is open. People just don't want to go. How's the crappy boat rental doing? Seems people are using it. Yeah, the umbrellas are selling. Just look at this mess of umbrellas. Time to hire more workers. Because we have way more guests now. So... no mowing grass. Fine, I guess you can mow the grass. But the other ones can't. There. I'll get some more mechanics. And some more guards. And some more entertainers. To make people forget all the rain. Because look, there's a person in a tiger costume. How would you ever complain about the rain when there's a person in a tiger costume? There. Alright. Once it stops raining, which should be any day now. There. Yeah, people are queuing for it. Nice. I like our tiny crammed park. With crappy rides. I mean, maybe we can manage to do this without expanding the park at all. It's kind of working. We're almost at 800. Okay. What kind of crappy ride are we going to build next? Let's see. I think for this one I want to do something silly but crappy. So... let's go up as far as we can. Hmm. How do I do a helix? There. Helix down large. So basically all you get to do here is go in circles. There. Lovely. There, I guess. Or let's do lower. Yeah. So, station platform. No. Not quite what I was looking for. The loop is not gonna fit. And it's not crappy enough. Hmm. Where would be a good spot for the station platform? Air, maybe? Okay. Then we curve back. Think that's gonna fit? Oh, right. Uh, we'll go with an S-bend. And then we pull this thing up a bit. to a height of 18. And then turn around there. Let's see if that connects. No? Not quite. There. Alright. It's something. And then entrance and exit. Let's test it. I feel like it should be a different color. Yellow. Yes. And orange. Okay. Ah, log flume is in the way. Fine. Have to move the exit. I guess I'll do that now. Exit goes there. Open. Unless I could put it under there. Oh no, don't actually open it. Exit. Does it fit? I think it might. Alright. That'll be something. Yep, that fits. I'll take it. Let's see. Height marks on paths. Oh, we're pretty high up here. Yeah, that will work. Totally. I'll just connect it to the other exit. How about that? Nope, doesn't connect. Okay. Kinda works. Have we been testing? No, we haven't. Go test. Yeah, I mean, it kinda works. Okay. Now I need to find a way to queue for this. There, we just have the queue go all the way to the edge of the park. It'll work. And height marks on paths. Oh boy. That sure is a roller coaster. Well, it is intricate, but at the same time, kinda crappy. And that was the idea. Low nausea, low excitement, low intensity. Perfect. It's a boring coaster. I mean, this is the kind of crappy park after all. Can't have it be too exciting. I'll change the timing. Let's do 15 seconds in between. Yeah, people are queuing for it. If it works, it works. What else could I add? I mean, I don't think we have much land left. Now that I look at it. Yeah. Yeah, awesome rides, definitely. Totally not purposefully crappy rides. Okay. It's more benches. You just go way up and then you spiral down. And you spiral down very slowly. Very, very slowly. Whee! What's the top speed of this thing? Yeah, 72, fine. Whee! Yep. That's actually a good one. I'll call it the drain. There you go. Okay. I guess we could do one underground. Since we're running out of room. We fit that one in anywhere? Not sure where that's gonna fit. I don't think we have room for that. Observation tower? Might have room for that one. But where? Park with the best staff. We have great staff. Could probably put it back there. So, observation tower or the bumper cars? I think the observation tower is more boring. So I'll have to go with that. There. That's high enough. Thanks for the follow. Let's get some trees out of the way. Pesky trees. Entrance and exit. There we go. Yeah, we don't have an observation tower to observe the observation tower. True. Too far up. There. And the exit. That fits. There. And there. Now it's connected. And lots of people are queuing for it. Alright. What's the rating of this thing? Medium excitement. Well, who can resist that medium excitement? Okay. It's a pretty decent park now. I think we've already got all our goals. So, yeah. The crappy park seems to have worked out. Kind of built myself into a corner. Well, just in general, because this park is full. Couldn't really fit much more in there. But maybe right at the start here? I somehow fit something there? How many tiles is that? Yeah, we could fit something there. What are our options? A tiny hedge maze? Sure. There. Beautiful. It'll be a short queue and a short exit. But it's a way to use up this space. Yeah, it works. It's great. People like our crappy park. Too bad that I don't know how to build bathrooms and stuff further up. Because that's a bit of a problem. Toys and umbrellas! Yes. But yeah, if I could just build them at the right height, that would be great. But yeah, I don't know how. Anything about it in options? I don't see anything. Oh, customize keys. Let's see. Yeah, it seems it's not a thing. So yeah, we'll have to be stairs down to them. So... got it right here. Actually... maybe... here. There. Bathroom. And... drinks. Find the drinks won't fit. We could start this one tile sooner. Maybe even back here? No, not back there. Or I could do this. Right. Press the wrong button. There. And then have several buildings. Hopefully. If they fit. Okay. Fine, that building is too tall. Burger building, then? Yeah, that works. And the information booth? Nice. We have quite a few booths. Yeah. I mean, we probably have enough of them, but just in case it starts raining later on and people don't want to go all the way back. Should probably add some benches. No, no balloons yet. But we could get one of these. Where's the park entrance? There it is. I think we can fit that in right here. People don't need to sit. Many happy customers. queue for? Oh, that's for the swinging ship. Okay. People really like that, apparently. People are queuing up for that coaster. They're queuing up for this thing. Some of them are queuing up for the log flume. Not many over here. But then again, they also did just start that one, so. And it's like right at the end of the park. So that makes sense. But yeah, considering how full this park is and how tiny, it really worked out. It didn't buy a single tile of additional land. We just filled it all up. I feel like I should at least put some trees back here. Looks so empty. Just to make people think that I didn't do a bunch of deforestation to get this park to fit. Helps with the image. Maybe some shrubs. There, this is perfectly natural. Look at how crammed this place is. Whee. Not many people queuing for this thing. Well, some people are. And we've got 920 guests. Maybe we'll make it to 1,000, I don't know. We've got the money, so time to pay off that loan. And then start a marketing campaign as we go. But yeah, it's a pretty decent park. Considering how crappy it is. I might be able to fit something right there. Like, have a path over here. We don't have a Ferris wheel yet, I think. So we could have one right here. Oh, nice. So I could have the exit back there. The entrance over here. Let's see those bite marks. Okay. So, one over. And then down to connect. Alright. And let's make that exit fit. There. And open it. Park is getting more crammed by a second. But that's how you know it's a good amusement park. When you're basically in a very large crowd, no matter where you go. Probably even inside the bathroom. Don't want to know what the smell of this park would be. Probably horrendous. I mean, so many people in such a crammed space, especially in summer. That'd be good. But they're happy, so that's what matters. Bundespräsidentenstich für Wiederholungsverschiebung. Thing still. That's so silly. Cotton candy stall. Nice. I guess I'll tell them to focus research on shops and stalls. Person just die. He's fine. Oh, fine, they sat down. I thought they fell over and stopped moving. But now they're fine. People like the tiny crappy coaster. No, I don't think we have a morgue yet. I feel like stuff got stuck. Okay, this coaster has gotten slower and slower somehow. Just because they are having issues at the start. Let's raise that to 25 seconds for now. Let's see if we can deal with that traffic jam. Maybe 30 seconds? 40 seconds? I just want to not have a traffic jam. That's the main thing. And it's starting to clear up a bit. There. Well, not quite. 60 seconds then. Okay. That one made it out. Come on. Nope. More traffic jam. This isn't really helping. Well, it did kind of push the other train along. So it did kind of help. And this train still has some momentum left. So it might manage to get up the hill before the other one starts. Yes! No more traffic jam. Now we'll change it to 10 seconds between. There. That should do it. Come on. Start up. And now the other one can go. There. No? I guess it's being closed for maintenance. Alright then. I mean, if they're already closing it. How about we change it to being 2 trains with 5 cars? Maybe 6 cars? Nah, 5 cars. Nobody wants to queue for it. Oh well. I guess they don't like it anymore. Oh, fine, it hasn't been tested. I'll test it with the new settings. Beautiful. And open it. Yeah, I mean, apparently that was exciting. Oh, number of guests is decreasing. Well, 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 we can't have that. Let's do campaign for the park. There we go. That should help a bit. Oh, people think it's too crowded. Yeah, it kind of is, though. Is this RollerCoaster 2? Yes, it is. Okay. Maybe we'll alter RollerCoaster 2 since nobody's queuing for it. Which makes it kind of a waste of space. So... anything interesting we could add? Not really. Don't really have much room to make this better. Well, the chairlift money thing didn't really work so well. But yeah, I could do it again. How can I make it more exciting? Maybe... like this? Oh well. I guess that one's just gonna be a very unpopular one. No matter what I do. But that's fine. Well, even when it was open, nobody was queuing for it, so it doesn't really make a difference. But yes, currently it is closed. Because I have to test it. But yeah, nobody wants it. I mean, now they don't because of the rain, but nobody was queuing for it. Because it wasn't exciting enough. But before we had a pretty full queue for it. Maybe they were just queuing for years. We are in year 3 now, so maybe they were queuing for 2 years. Yep, still nobody wants to go in there. Not a single person. It's just too boring. Maybe they liked it because it was so slow. Fine, let's do 6 trains. No, fine, 4 trains? 2 trains. Now let's do 4 trains with 5 cars each. Maybe they'll like that. Nah, I think they don't care. Oh well. People are still queuing for this thing. Oh, this ride is currently broken. They are liking the maze. Ooh, you can do different styles. Brick maze, ice maze, fence maze. Let's do bricks. Actually, I kind of like the fence. Fence maze it is. Okay. Nausea rating low. Would have been surprised. And we'll allow 16 people in the maze. Go and try the maze. Yes, it sure has great value. You pay €1 to go around a corner. Who wouldn't want that? And here you pay €1 to try and find a way to row around in this tiny, overcrowded bit of water. Yeah, it works. Well, you could have it so that you just connect entrance to exit to entrance to exit, but would just end in people complaining that they can't find the exit to the park. So, yeah. I think the closest way you could do that is to just have the park be one way. Which we can't do right now, but, so you have one path leading all the way through, and then you have no entry signs so people don't go back. Yeah, this park is just like one line, so can't really connect it back up. but it just ends over here. So yeah, kinda worked out. Replacing the queue lines with hedge mazes? I don't think that would work. Because then if people want to go on the ride behind the hedge maze, they wouldn't want to go through the hedge maze first. So I don't think the AI is going to be smart enough to know how to deal with that. It's such a crammed park. Oh. Such a very, very crammed park. Like, the main path leading through the park goes here, around the corner, then up the bridge, over here, and then over here. And that's the entire main path. There is a way down here to get some food. But yeah, it's very crammed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is something I noticed when I tried to connect a certain area just with transport rides. Some people would just get stuck on the other side of the transport ride and not know how to go back. So, yeah. But they basically just go on whichever ride they feel like. Without much reasoning behind it. Let's see, could we do an underground ride somewhere? Where would be a good spot for that? I mean, to be honest, since we have so much stuff here now, I don't really have room. Let's see. Any way we could do something with that path? Or is that low enough to go under the ride? No. Now it should be. Yeah, that's better. But where would I actually want it to go, though? Hmm. Let's do see-through rides. Okay, that looks like it works. Invisible people. The park is empty now. Except for the people on the rides. The invisible people would probably help to see if there's vandalism and stuff. So... oh, we've got balloons! Yes! Roller coaster in the way. Aww. Not gonna fit. I was hoping it would fit. There! Yes! So the people who get to the end of the line get a free balloon. Nobody wants a free balloon? Aw. Well, I tried. I did open it. Oh well. There, one person wanted a free balloon. Hardly anyone wants free balloons. Such ungrateful people. Whoopsies. Dang it! That's not gonna be good for my park's popularity. Nothing happened. Oh-huh. Yeah. Whoopsies. Nobody worry about that. Instead, just use the toilets. "28 dead." Wow. Whoopsies. Good as new. Got a feeling that nobody's gonna want to go on that. Well, it would free up some space, but I don't want to. I mean, I could, though. Might help to not have this ride. Alright, demolish it. And we'll just build a new coaster in its place. Let's see. This one. this can do a very long station platform. There. I guess we can go up a bit right here. And then flat. And then around the corner. Ah. Yeah, the merry-go-round is quite unreliable. Very true. There. Let's go up a bit more. Actually, let's... see how far up we can go. Yeah, I don't think we'll manage to go that far. There. And then we drop. Doesn't quite connect up, does it? We can't scooch that back a tiny bit. Oh, did not mean to do that. Meant to do this. There, now we go flat. And we go down. Down. Curve. No. No. Fine. No, doesn't fit. Let's go up this way. There. Oh, that is not in the right spot. Okay. Let's see how this is gonna work. Hmm. Nope. Fine. Down a bit. Down a bit more. That's more like it. There. That kind of works. And then entrance here, exit there, and test it. This might be our most extreme one, just because of the ending. We'll see. It's fine. It's not gonna be our most exciting one. But it does go faster at the end. Medium intensity. It's good enough. And it hasn't recently crashed. So hopefully this will get our park rating back up. Brand new coaster. That totally hasn't crashed. Well, I'm trying to get the park to actually pass the requirements. And we only have till the end of October, so... If I ruin the park reputation again, it'll be more difficult. Yeah, no, that's a great coaster. No one wants to go on it because it's closed. For repairs. Let's get another mechanic, since stuff keeps breaking down. People are kind of liking it. Oh, I like the orange balloons that are popping up from the balloon stall at the end of the line. But that's working out. Kind of difficult to see where the stuff actually is. Like, this is still under this coaster, but it's also quite... So, like, it's under this part, but it's also too close to this part. I mean, we could make the drain be blue. So, I would agree that it could use a new paint job. Yes, someone lost their balloon. There. That's better. Yes, the balloon was kind of going up the drain. Nah, the cars are yellow and orange. But it is kind of nice with the blue rails. It is called the drain, so it is very fitting. Just a very bright blue. What else could we repaint? A Ferris wheel doesn't seem to have very interesting colours. Let's go red. And fully red? Nah. Red and silver? Red and silver. And the scrambled eggs. I mean, obviously they have to be egg-coloured. There. Because, you know, egg yolk. Can you repaint the haunted house? No. Fine. Carousel? Okay. So it does affect the stairs and the top. The other part is the accents. Let's do this color. That's kind of nice. And what to go with it? No, that's too much. Nah. I kind of liked the gold. There. And the slide. I mean, it is very fiery looking. What if we made it green? There, that's funky. Actually, it looks a bit like an octopus at the top. I'll lean into that. Why not? I mean, yeah, it's iconic, but this park is gonna be silly. I kind of like the bright green. Yeah, let's go with that. I mean, look at our go-kart. And most of our coasters. This place is purposefully silly. We recolor this thing. The cabin, okay. Oh, and the pillar thing. Let's do the pillar in grey. And the cabin... Oh, like one of those candies, yes! But I think those are brighter red. There, that one now looks like the carousel. Perfect. It's gonna confuse people. The ship, can we make it brown? There! That's nice with the golden accents. Yes, exactly like those. What else? I kinda don't like the orange on this one. How about green to blend it into the landscape? There. With the cars being... a darker blue with green? Nah. Silver. There. Maybe a brighter green there. Yeah, that one's too much, so let's just go for the pale one there. Can't have everything being silly colours. And this tiny one... Oh, we could do different cars. I mean, nobody's riding it anyway, so... Might as well go for the different car styles. Log cars... Spinning cars. Sure. Let's try those. Maybe now people would be interested in it, because they spin. Yeah, that one is kind of lost. He is allowed to mow, though. So... we'll drop him over there. He'll be stuck there, possibly, but... it'll be fine. So, what's the rating? Still not available? Low. Well, it's fine. I'll open it anyway. And color scheme wise... What makes me think of a spinning top? I think blue. And... purple? Nah. We'll keep it fairly plain. And the track... Actually, it's very close to the other blue coaster. So we'll go purple. The track is gonna be... No. That's not it. Brown? No. There. Good enough. But nobody wants to go on that ride still. It's fine. I mean, if I deleted it, it could maybe change stuff about it. We do have enough money right now. Let's change stuff. So... let's see. Okay. So we can go with this. Which should allow us to go that way. Yes. Fine. Can't get rid of those trees because they're not our trees. Where is it? Oh, there. Roller coaster in the way. Fine. Yeah, but that doesn't work. How could I make this fit? Nope. There, that fits. Maybe that's gonna make it more interesting. Sure it will. Totally. People are gonna be thrilled to go on this thing. Yes. It turns. Look how exciting. Don't you want to go on that ride? Okay, so I don't care that the ride just takes longer now. Yes, I know it's slow. Kind of part of the point. I was kind of trying to make purposely bad rides. So they're just slowly turning around. And then going up a tiny bit. And then back down. Whee! Maybe I'll add a second bump in the middle. Wouldn't that be exciting? There. Goes up. Goes flat. Goes down. Now we don't have the room for it. Well. Guess not. Actually, might have the room for it. We'll see. So, we'll go up. Can barely tell the difference. Actually, could be okay to go that way. Okay. Okay, we can't do that. Fine. Not even that one. Kind of all blends together, but loopty. Okay. Let's go way down. That's too far. I could try and build around the other coaster. Okay. Might as well use the money we've got. Oh, that goes way down. Let's see. Hello, how you doing today? But yeah, that coaster was obviously too crappy. I did too good of a job on that one. Nice. I've been having so much fun with this game. Fine, we're a tiny bit higher than I thought we were. I'll destroy it again. Oh no. None of that. Why does that always happen? Didn't mean to build this thing. There. Okay. Back on track. Actually, we could go further up. And then flat. Turn around. Go down a tiny bit. There. And then we do a bunch of S-bends until we can connect it up. There. Test it. I feel like it should be lighter color. Fine, let's go pink. Maybe now people will like it. I feel like it's it's not quite working. Oh, it's broken down. Dang it! Oh, come on, it's broken down during testing. Not fair. It's almost the end. But, yeah. I just hope it works now. Once it's fixed. Well, it's been open for a while. It's not a newly built ride. I just altered it a bunch. So... right. Come on. Get done fixing it. There. There. We'll try again. Yeah, well, the station and the bump here. That part's still the same. I kinda don't need to pull them up for that bump, though. You can try and guess where I'm from. Kind of tradition on this channel. Whee! And... yep. That's gonna be more exciting than before. Hopefully. Is there even a New York in Australia? Well, didn't get to see the test results. But there go the balloons! Hehe. Yes. There. Managed to achieve the objective of 800 guests and a rating of 600. We got close to 1,000 guests and a rating of close to 1,000 as well. So, pretty good. There we go. And I still want to see how this turned out. Medium excitement, very high intensity, high nausea. Well, that's a very different ride now. Are people interested in it? Yes, they are. As soon as they hear about nausea, they go, yes, that's the ride I want to go on. So let's save. And go to the next map. So, it's a tourist attraction and I'm supposed to convert it into a theme park. Have at least 1,000 guests at the end of year 4. With a park rating of at least 600. Oh boy. We get to go all the way to year 4. That's new. So... we've got 10,000. Where does that path go? Just goes down. But where to? Oh, it comes out there. That's fun. Okay. And I guess we could put a ride down there, possibly? maybe? Yeah, we'll build around the pyramids. Not gonna tear them down. Okay, let's start with a carousel. Can't just not build one. It's not how stuff works. I think I'll build it back here. And then I can have the entrance queue around it. The exit come out there. There. Queues are going to be yellow. Because sand. Alright. I'm not sure which difficulty we're at. It's just whichever map I happen to have unlocked. There. I mean, I'm not sure it says on the main map. In the main menu, I mean. But yeah. Some difficulty. The goal is 1,000 people by the end of year 4 and a rating of 600. So, not too bad. It's just gonna be extensive. There. I'll put the exit right there. Entrance, same idea as with the other one. And as for the paths, we'll just have to disconnect those temporarily so people don't get lost. There. Let's open. I rarely rename them, actually. But sometimes. There we go. And actually we could do different entrance style for this. Oh, no, not that style. Wooden? What about canvas, but in different colors? There? That looks like it would be decent against the heat. No, not what I meant to do. The actual merry-go-round is gonna be the peppermint. There. Yeah. I mean, it is definitely a fun game to play. Allows you to be very creative, which is nice. And you can torture some fake people. You know, awesome fun. Here. And this ride is gonna be... let's make it blue. And let's open it. Okay. And we still don't have the information desk. Those are nice to have right at the front, to make sure nobody gets lost. Okay. I wonder, does this one allow for expansion? It does, okay. So, on this side allows for it, on this side a tiny bit. And on this side, there's plenty of room. Okay. Good to know. Actually, I'm gonna buy these already. Because it just feels weird not to have them. There. Yes, it's gonna be a very big park. Especially since we have so much time. So, it seems that this park is going to take like 4 hours to build or something. Because I think it's around 1 hour per year. So, yeah. It's going to be a big park. Biggest one yet, I think. I think we're gonna get rid of that hill. Because it's in the way. Well, I guess it's a sand dune, but you get what I mean. Okay. I think I'll build it further up. There. Good enough. Yes. That is the theme of this park. I don't want to change the colors already. There. Just gonna try and have things be nice and reflective. Because we're in the desert. Not sure if you've noticed. Okay. That's as long as the station platform can be. make it as long as it can go. There. True that. Very true. We'll make it a bit shorter. There. No, that's not gonna be enough room. We could just buy more land, I guess. We do still have quite a bit of money left over. No, I'm tempted. Should I? I will. There. That's good to give us some more room. Because, I mean, we are in the desert, so we gotta have a big water slide. I don't make the rules. I do like the looks of this, but it will require even more room. There, let's just get this chunk. There. There. And for that part, it's gonna be tube. Okay. I feel like I should maybe add entrance and exit already, just to make sure we're gonna have room for them. I think they're gonna be on this side this time. Entrance and exit. Oh wow, that goes way down. Thank you for the gift sub. There we go. Entrance is ready. And yeah, that's not gonna fit. Let's place the exit further back. Yes, they are gonna have some issues with those stairs, but it's fine. They get to go on a water slide afterwards. That should be worth it. There. Good enough. Yes, it is a good opportunity to sell them drinks. Lots and lots of drinks. Speaking of which, we don't have any of those buildings yet. Should add them, otherwise people are going to get very unhappy with me. There. They've gone years without food and water, I think. There. And some bathrooms. And we'll have the full set over here as well. I have a feeling it's not going to rain much in here, but we'll see. There, those are all open. And I think we don't have mechanics or handyman. But I'm trying to make everything nice and reflective when I can. Because we are in the desert. You don't want to be wearing black in the desert if you're walking out in the sun all day. Like that security guard. He's gonna probably be well done after his shift. He'll be fine. Yes, I do have Violet nearby. There she is. I got her at one of those Wheel of Fortune thingies, and yeah, I only ever spun that wheel once, and she was the main prize, so that's how I got her, and that was ages ago. So yeah, that's who Violet is. So I don't think we'll need to mow any grass around here, so I don't think I'll have to worry about that. But yeah, she kind of became the channel's mascot. I was planning on donating her, but it didn't work out because she's a giant stuffed giraffe. They didn't end up wanting to take her. So yeah, I ended up changing my mind about wanting to donate her, so now she's just a permanent part of this channel. So yeah. That's the story behind Violet. So, they should be pretty fast around here. So I'll give them some ups and downs to make things more interesting. How about giving people some bruises? People love those. Nah, I think not. Slides that have a very sudden bump, they're... yeah. They're great. Absolutely nothing wrong with them. Okay. I think we'll actually have the slide go past there. Nah, let's not. I might be too nice to people, but maybe just this once we won't try and torture them. It'll be fine. Okay, now we can switch to the open style again. And now we go back up. There. And test it. Whee! Seems to be working. I mean, it's a water slide. That should be a pretty big selling point in the desert. Yep. People are queuing up for it. Even if it's low excitement. We could add in some benches already. Kind of difficult to place them. See-through scenery. There. Lots of benches around here. Just in case people feel like it. And maybe some bins on either side. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. Bins. And a no entry sign there. Oh, people are queuing for that carousel. I guess maybe because it's in the shade. Maybe they just really, really want to be under that roof. I mean, if that's right, then they should also really queue for this water slide. Because that would be another way to cool off in a desert. We do have room for another ride back here. Let's see. We have $1,000. Not much. At least not to build one of these things. Let's increase the price for the merry-go-round to €4. And scrambled eggs, that can stay for now. And the water slide, that will be €4 as well. Yeah. Not sure why this one is low excitement. I guess because it's not enough of a drop. We'll have to have a more extreme water slide. Maybe I could put a more extreme water slide right next to it. And people can choose which water slide they want to go on. Right. There, that's as far up as we can go. Gonna be fun to build the station platform for that. I guess I could build it at the bottom instead of at the top this time. There we go. And then... I think we can't go any higher than this. Well, we can go a bit higher. Alright, let's go a bit higher. Not much, though. Oh, right, I didn't want to build the station platform this far up. Right, I forgot. Maybe I'll actually build it at the ground level. Or a bit higher so it can go over the path. But way lower than the other one. Kind of tricky with the path. I could just have a shorter station platform. I think that's what I'm going with. I could build it under the other one. Efficiency. There. Okay. Oh, we don't have the cash? Fine. Increase that loan. I guess we could go around the pyramid. It would be fun. I like the idea of it. Maybe that part should be enclosed? It'll be fine. Not too bad of a drop. Alright, speaking of not too bad of a drop, time to change that. So how am I going to connect up with this? do we fit? Right, shorter station platform. And could go underneath the other one? Oh, right, the queue. Forgot about that. Yeah, that's not gonna fit. We could do... No, can't do that. That could work, I guess. So... now we just need to figure out the rest of this. So... would be best to go back around the pyramid. And then go way down and flat for a bit. Up a bit. And then way down. Next time. Now we go way down. No, not quite. There. No, it's gonna be too close to the other one. That should fit. Yeah, that works. And now we close it up. Oh boy. That turn. That's gonna be a rough one. There. Now I just need to figure out how people are gonna queue for that. I guess underneath the other station. Yeah. So let's do invisible supports. Entrance towards the front. Exit towards the back. And thank you for the reminder. Let's test this thing. And this one's gonna be grey. Can't really tell the difference. There. They're just gonna be the same. Oh, the boats. I feel like the boats should be a different colour. Still have to do that. Oh, that turn is a bit risky. That one right there. But that's part of the excitement. Yeah. Oh, come on. See through supports. Now I can build my path. Oh, right. Should do the entrance first. Just to make sure it's gonna have some room. It's gonna be tricky. Maybe I'll have the exit on the other side. There. What's the rating? High intensity, medium nausea, medium excitement. Alright. So let's close it. Move the exit. And see through supports again. There. Let's go up. And down. Does connect, good. And no entry sign. And the benches. Open up the ride. So these boats are going to be fully red, and the other ones, actually, let's do orange for the slower ones and bright red for the faster ones. There. So you can tell them apart. Should work. let's look at the trees. Yeah, they do have palm trees. And bigger palm trees. Not sure what these trees are. I don't recognize them. People seem to be liking the park so far. And queuing up for both of the slides. What ride are we going to put back here? We don't have a Ferris wheel yet. Should have one of those. Could be up here. That would be kind of fun. Did just destroy some walls. But, well, it's just how life goes sometimes. Ah. Well, I guess it would make sense to just connect it to this area. It's already here. There. Entrance and exit. There. Neat. And the Ferris wheel itself, that part's gonna be silver. The outside's gonna be purple. Yeah. There. That connects. And so does that. Gonna be a while before we allow people up here, but oh well. It'll be up here waiting for them. There. I guess I could make the queue longer. Which will probably cause some issues. Okay. There. Oh. There. Okay. I think that should work. Okay, maybe we can put back some of the scenery. There. Nice. Kinda looks like it belongs now. Yeah, that should get a great view. So, something small down here would be nice. Like the slide, sure. Or maybe something a bit bigger. We do have room. Haven't unlocked that many things, though. Oh, we do have the information desk now. Good. Gives us a chance to make the park bigger. Let's have the umbrellas still be expensive. I don't know if anyone's gonna buy one. But we'll find out. Maybe they will. Alright. Which slide is more popular? Both of them are pretty popular. But I think this one is taking the cake. Merry-go-round is empty though. Is it too expensive? Something more thrilling? More thrilling. Fine. I guess people just aren't in the mood for it. Not paying that much. Fine. We'll lower the price. $2.50. Nobody's even checking. There we go. So it was just too expensive. Alright. I'll make this one red as well. Maybe darker red? It's good enough. There. It's kind of nice. It's gonna be a less brightly colored park. But then again, the colors would also fade in the light, so... Okay. Let's do the slide back here. Actually, I'll try and switch stuff around. Kind of tricky. There. Entrance should go on this side. Exit on the other side. And then... just a very simple, short queue for this one. Actually... yeah, we don't have room to make it any bigger than that. Oh. Didn't mean to connect that, I think. Yeah. And exit. But I do want to put this part of the path back. Make it easier to connect it back up later. There we go. And open the slide. Some ice cream. Horse. I want the bucket to be a light blue. I'm not a huge fan of that shade. I guess this is as close as it's gonna get. There. Some benches. They do have some bins over there. I'm trying to design this park to make some amount of sense. Okay. We have so much space to fill. Do we really want them to go around the pyramid on this side? I guess we could have just a corner that's gonna have all the food stalls and benches back here. There. And the ice cream. Disconnect it here. Connect it there. Whoopsies. Just meant to remove the benches. There. So it's basically a quiet area of the park where they can buy some food. Sit down, have a snack. Use the bathroom 20 times in a row. That sort of stuff. Yeah, they all open good. As they should be. Information desk. I'm just gonna put all stalls around here. So if we unlock new ones, they'll also go around here. So, like, this pyramid is the food court, basically. But it also means that the people who take the long route are more likely to be happy afterwards, at least. Close to 450 guests. So we're getting there. I mean, it's the start of year 2, so making progress. Thank you for the follow. Still haven't put anything back here, but I think we still don't have any rides that really fit well there. I think the bumper cars or a maze would go well. I think it might be time for... No, it's not time for a coaster. Spoke too soon. I wonder where all our money went, because I feel like we should have earned more. Oh, this water slide is still just $2. How about 5? For both of them. I mean, for now, it's the most fun you're gonna have in this park. So you better pay for it. On the slide. We're gonna cram more people on there. Apparently we need some more benches at the end of the slide. Maybe having the ice cream stand right there is a bad idea. But it's fine. We have benches. Alright, should also put some bins around. Bins at the corners. That should hopefully keep this area somewhat clean. Maybe more benches on this side. Because that side is empty for now. There. Alright, so... Still don't have money to build a coaster. Been working on the scenery too much. Ooh, the ship is ready. Obviously gonna build the ship. I guess the ship would fit back here. We just don't have the money for it. There, now we do. There. That's gonna be grey. The ship itself is gonna be brown? Nah, that's gonna be brown as well. It's deluxe, I think. Yeah. Pretty sure I got the deluxe version. It has some additional maps. Not sure there's a big difference otherwise. there. Nice. And I'll add some benches in case people get nauseous in that thing. There. Oh, Classic is a re-release that combines one and two. Interesting. Yeah, Deluxe, I think it has the DLC for the original one. And the park is getting kind of busy. So those benches are filling up in the food court. Glad I built it like that. So, gonna need more money to build more stuff. So I'll have to wait. Gonna increase the price for the merry-go-round again. 3 euros? Yeah. They're willing to pay that. The scrambled eggs. How about 3 euros for that as well? I'm not sure if the queue is full or if people just don't want to queue up. That's fine. Now the slide is going to be 2 euros. I'll add a bathroom around here, I think. This seems like a good spot. I mean, there is one over there, but then again. Biological functions and stuff. And they might not want to walk all the way over there. So. Like, maybe they'll walk through that line. Oh, fine, then they'll come past the stall, but maybe they'll go through here and then around this way. Because this line does take a while. So in a way it makes sense to have one there. And there are a lot of nauseous people. I'm not sure if the bathrooms help, but they might. I mean, it's not really gonna make you less nauseous, but you know. You might still be looking for one. Okay. No new food stalls or anything. We do have a fair number of roller coasters. Oh, right. I definitely want to build that one. That one's fun. But expensive. No limits on research. Good. But I think one of these could be fun, like, next to a pyramid. So you can kind of just go up, see the side of the pyramid. Maybe here? I'm not sure which pyramid I'll pick for that. Maybe this one. No other pyramids in the back, so... think I'll pick that one. Maybe the back of it, depending on how much room it'll take. Like, we could queue here and then have them go up there. Okay, that's as much as I can borrow. Just not going to be enough to build that full thing. Shame. Water slide is in the way. Fine. Right, I didn't really leave room for queues. I guess they'll have to just queue around it. That's gonna be fine. Can I... Well, it's gonna cost a lot of money to do that. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll just have them go up and down the hill. It'll work. There. So, exit there. Entrance here. We'll paint it to fit the rest. There. And the car is gonna be red and gold. Yes. Okay, let's test it. Oh, we don't have boosters for it yet, I think. Why don't we have the boosters? Weird. Or maybe those are the boosters? Could be. And... entrance. Now let's test it. Seems okay. Would be nice if it was a bit more exciting. Just a tad. Could add one more booster. So... put the exit over here. Entrance over here. There. Now let's test it. Wait, where is it? Oh. Whoopsies. Where did the track go? There. Now test it. That's decent. Yeah. go. There. That works. So I'll disconnect here. Whoopsies. Just add that part in. And open it. Right, this part is not really fitting in. Oh well. Guess that's just gonna be the color of the slide tower. It just seems like that's the only reasonable color to have a tint in the desert. The desert. It's not exactly cold in there. How much are we charging for this? Not enough, clearly. How about... Oh, whoopsies. €5? Yeah, they're happy with it. They'll keep on going. Oh, we need to open this. Oh, we could have one of these. That would be nice in the desert. Did I mention we're in the desert? There. Which way is which? The water seems to be flowing that way, so I'll put the exit at the back, the entrance at the front. There we go. Yeah, the money's rolling in a tiny bit, which is nice. But we did take on a pretty big loan. Let's see if we can queue under that. Looks like we can. There. That's gonna be the queue. That's gonna be the exit. Let's do rapids. And then turn around. Go over the path. Now we go down. Oh, doesn't allow for it. Fine. Flat. And then turn, turn, turn. Down. Flat. There. And the rafts are going to be light blue. Actually, I feel like this part is a bit too boring. Forgot to add stuff there. Let's do a whirlpool, then rapids, rapids, a whirlpool. Then we go back down. That's better. And right at the start is gonna be a waterfall. There. Pretty sure it's gonna work. Let's just open it. Exactly. A waterfall in the desert sounds like the best thing ever. Especially right at the start of the ride after you've been standing out in the sun for so long. I mean, I guess it might be a bit of a temperature shock, but at least it'll be nice. Okay. I think it's time for a roller coaster. I want to do that one. The bobsled one. It just looks like it's gonna fit in well. Where should I put it? Maybe back here. That could be nice. There, that's as long as it goes. Maybe extending it to the back a bit more. And then the front. There. Alright. Entrance is gonna be over here. Exit over here. And let's see. So, well, this one we have to make sure they don't fall off the tracks, because we've had a bit of an accident before. So let's not repeat that, if possible. How could this work? I think I'll add the cues as well. Oopsies. Didn't mean to do that. Why can't I just have this not connect? I guess? Whoopsies. Wrong button. There. That way it'll connect. I'll put the fences back. It's always nice this way, but it'll be fine. I mean, otherwise I could try and have the exit be a bit different. Could just go up. Yeah, that'll work. Let's do that instead. There. And down again. I just wanted to connect to this part, not that part. There. That looks better. Okay, now let's close all these windows. Too much stuff going on. Can we go up? Oh, this is the other end. Wait, can you... How would that even work? Pulling down? That's weird. Okay, so this is the start of it. How could I make this work? There. I think that'll be easier to connect to. Oh, right, we could do banked stuff. Totally forgot about that. But not like that. Fine. How about something like this? Aha! That'll work. Alright. Now let's get to the actual start of it. So let's go up. And then down. And then banked. Oh, we could do a helix in this one. I never remember how to do a helix. No. There, now I do a helix. Okay. So I have to already turn it. Let's do a large helix down. Maybe from here. There. So that's a pretty good turn. Now we could go flat for a bit. Then switch the other way. Do a large helix down. Now we could do S-bend and go flat, then slowly go up and connect. Alright, and let's make sure we can add the entrance in. I think it'll work. Yeah, up here. And I think I'll try and repair the fence here. Much better. And now we test it. Hope that there aren't any major accidents. Okay. That's working. And back up. And down to the station. Pretty decent. It's medium nausea, medium excitement, high intensity. Sounds good to me. And it seems to be safe. Which sounds very good to me. Okay. Now I'll just need to add the barrier. And add the benches. Oh, whoopsies. Did not mean to delete the wall. Again. There. So now it's disconnected from everything else. So they can just walk over there. Nice. I kind of want them to be a different color though. We'll go for yellow. It seems like an unusual color for this type of ride. Okay. Reaching the end of year 2. Okay. What next? Wait, that one's empty? Did the people jump out of it? Is nobody queuing anymore? People not queuing for that one. Oh no, they're not. Oh, wait. They're not queuing for the orange one. Maybe it's too expensive. There. Now it's cheaper. And that one's broken down. Okay. Yeah. That explains things. Let's hire more handymen. Mechanics, I mean. Let's hire more of both, actually. And more security guards. We'll need them. We have so many guests now. There. Hope that'll help. So... the food court still looks quite popular. Need to add more benches and bins over here. There. More benches up here as well. That person's wearing green and they're looking a bit green. Fitting. Okay. Things are running pretty smoothly so far. So if we do an underground ride... water slide 2... It's this one. There. So which underground coaster would be the most suitable one for here? I wonder. Preferably a fairly reliable one. Could do one of these. That should work. Alright. So... I'll just stop building it right here. Think so, follow. Then go to underground view. And then we'll build it, well, somewhere down here. Let's do height marks on paths. It's a height 3 down there. There. Alright, let's have a station be further up than that. Let's also have it at 3. Hopefully that'll work out. Station platform. proper big station platform. There. Okay. Now, how far up could we go? We could even go out of the ground. That could be fun. Let's do entrance and exit. Oh. Okay. It's not gonna fit. Okay. Good to know. Underground view again. Let's build this lower. You build an amusement park. So it's like SimCity, but with an amusement park instead. There. And entrance and exit. There. There. Good. White marks. Where were they? On paths. There. There! That's much nicer. Didn't know that option was a thing. Lovely. Okay. Just need to figure out this queue. Like, I don't want the queue to be ridiculously long. But, like, it should be worth it for people to be down here. I like lots of different games. It's difficult to pick just one. There, that connects. Awesome. There. And can we add that sign there? Doubt it. No, I think it worked. Yeah. Looks like it worked. See-through scenery? Maybe it didn't work. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh well. I guess people are just gonna wander down there. Oh well. I tried. Let's not do underground view. Yeah, I've got no clue where that ended up. Oh well. Okay. Maybe it's just not visible underground? Oh, actually. See-through scenery? Yeah. I think it's actually there. Good. So I think it worked. Let's do see-through scenery again. And time to build this thing. Of course, it reset everything. Underground. There. I'll just assume that I'll be able to build down here without major issues. Let's do height marks on ride tracks and height marks on paths. And let's do see-through scenery. Okay. So, let's start this. Gonna pull up. Yeah. I know. Sometimes it just happens that way. This game. It's not my fault. Yes, it clearly is one of my favorites this year. There. I think that should work. Okay. There we go. That fits. Oh, it's gonna rain. Didn't think that would be happening. But I guess it rains on every map eventually. Okay. Roller coaster in the way. Fair enough. So we'll turn around. Do we have boosters? Yes, we do. Good. Okay. Let's go even further up. Gonna be a long way down. That's for sure. An expensive way down. I think that's high enough. Alright, so... Can't go straight into the ground. Fine. Okay, that's high enough. So I'll just... make it work. I'll try and make it look somewhat natural-ish. We are going to run out of money on this one. At least we have a fairly functional park already. But yeah, it's March of year 3. We've still got basically 2 years to go. So it's probably gonna end up being a 7-hour stream. You know, short stream. RollerCoaster Tycoon happens every time. There. Nice. Right. Now we ran out of money. But we'll get there. I mean, considering how much time we've got for this park and how we're already at 738, we'll be fine. We've got time for this. There. Oh, that's too high. There. But you know, sometimes games are just too fun to stop playing them. Hope it'll fit. It might. Oh wow. I think paychecks just came in. Yeah. That's what we get for hiring people. Nothing but trouble. Yeah, and we've already got the maximum loan Can't borrow any more than that. Oh, go-karts! Saw that. Or maybe that was the research cost, actually. Now that I think of it. Oh, and we're close to the edge of the park, so... Gonna have to... have them go around a corner right after this entire situation. They're gonna be thrilled. Either that, or we'll buy the rights to build there, if possible. Let's see, are those for sale? Seemingly not. Okay. So I'll just have to buy the land itself. Won't look as pretty, but it'll be fine. Oopsies. Raised the land too high. Silly things costing money. Why is there nobody on that one? People are queuing. Weird. Maybe that was because of the rain. There. That should help with our income. Alright. Back to it. There. There. And... there. Doesn't look too suspicious. I mean, it looks a bit suspicious, but not too bad. I was trying to make it look a bit more organic. Yellow wall edges? Oh, right. Money. It looks like it makes a bit more sense. Let's do the bricks. Okay. Underground view. Underground view. There. Yeah, we're gonna have to buy land now. Kinda didn't think this through too much, but it's okay. We've got money. So where are we? There. There. It would be nice if we would have just bought the building rights, but they don't seem to be for sale. So. Oh well. Weird extension to the park it is. There. That'll hopefully be enough. We'll see. There. Alright. Where are we? Oh, that. Okay. Almost. Money's gonna come in eventually. There we go. Can't quite afford it yet, but at least we're not in the red anymore. Come on. There. Right. The other part is just as expensive. Surprisingly so. Right. Now we need to buy more. There. It's good enough. Did I buy more than I needed? Yes. Is that okay? Yes. Okay. Now we'll have to slow this thing down. And then eventually go back here. So I'll probably like, have it go around here somewhere. Oh. Right. We just paid a bunch of money. So I have to wait again. It's gonna be a fast coaster. Going down 30. Oh boy. Could try and do looping. Nah. Not enough room for it. I guess we'll have to mess with the land heights. Actually, could just lower it down. Right. Money once again. but like have the looping stick out of the ground instead of the other way around. So this one, this one. It's really difficult to see this stuff. There. Light marks on land. Okay. I think that's as low as it needs to go. Thank you for the raid! How are you doing today, and what were you streaming? Don't mind the mess that is this hole in the ground. How can I click on that tile? It's kind of lost now. Tricky, tricky. You were playing Lemmings. Yeah, I still haven't played that. Hope it's fun. I mean, I guess we have a bunch of money now. So what I'll do is try and do one of these. Uh-oh. I'm making it worse. There we go! Finally! Oh, that's gonna cost a punch, isn't it? Okay. Okay, we'll have to fix this. No. It's too much. There. Okay. How much of this can I raise up? This entire section. Not enough cash. Fine. Oh, whoopsies. My looping disappeared again. So, did something wrong. Shouldn't have done that. Should have just placed my looping when I could. One second, doorbell. And I'm back. Alright, where were we? So... yeah, it's a very strange doorbell. But that's just what it sounds like. No, not Girl Scouts. Never actually seen Girl Scouts. Don't have the cash. Whoops. Yeah, it does sound a bit like a phone, I know. But yeah, that's just the standard one that came with this place, so. Just how it is. Alright. There. Finally. And now... I can raise the land until it says coaster in the way. Perfect. Ah, right. Fine. It'll just be a weird shape. Yeah, coaster in the way. I think I'll have fences around it. Okay. Yeah, it does kind of look like the Tetris shape. It's just too wide here instead of one. Like, if it ended like this, then it would work. But it's close enough. Yeah, exactly. It's a chonky one. There we go. Beautiful. Why does it clip through that? I mean, of course it does. There. I think if I lower this and I lower that, it will look better. And The fence covers up any inconsistencies at the bottom. Done. Perfect. Yes, the looping pit. Alright. Underground view. I like having that looping stick out of the ground. It's just neat. I just hope it works. But we'll find out. Okay. It might be too extreme, but if this coaster doesn't end up working, I might just leave it the way it is, to be honest, because it was tricky to build, and it can just be there to remind me to not do looping pit again. Okay. And then brakes. To... Let's do 49. No, fine. Too expensive. Gonna have to wait a bit again. But yeah, I wonder if Girl Scouts are a thing anywhere in Europe, because I have not heard of them here. I've only heard of them through, like, pop culture, but never heard of them being a thing here. So... I mean, there's, like, still scouts and stuff, but not the whole, like, Girl Scouts selling cookies thing. That seems, yeah, just like an entirely US-based thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it really fits with Egypt. To just have a random loop sticking out of the sand. So. And yes, agreed. Like, I enjoy making cookies. Do I enjoy selling cookies? No. Because then I can't eat them. I mean, sure, I might share cookies with others, but like, selling them professionally, that just means you bake a bunch of cookies and you don't get to eat them. That just sounds like a mistake. I mean, the scout type stuff I've heard of over here doesn't sound like that. Like, they'd probably do stuff like learn how to build a campfire, which, if you really enjoy going camping, that's pretty neat to know how to do that. Let's see, can I add some brakes in there? Is that possible? To add brakes and have it still connect? Yes. I was never a scout, but I like knew of other people who went through scouting, I think. Like, I at least heard of it. But yeah, I don't think it's for me. But yeah, I think there's lots of things that parents sign their kids up for. Because, you know, they mean well, even if they are ignoring their child's interests in the process. A bit too early. Let's tilt. Almost done building it. I really hope it's gonna work. Almost. Come on. Just want to connect it up. Did you end up playing a different instrument? For me, I learned to play the recorder for a bunch of years. And, well, actually not that many years now to think about it. I, my main issue is that I learned how to read, well, I learned how to read sheet music, and then I forgot how to read sheet music. So, I'm very talented that way. Sounds nice. Meanwhile, I've been building coasters. Footpath in the way. How so? Let's do see-through scenery. Let's do see-through land. Okay, that explains it a bit. And let's do height marks on paths. All right. So going through here works. That way. There. It connects. Let's test it. Oh boy. Underground view. Oh, and I need to change that. Okay. And let's do see-through scenery. There. Now you can just focus on whether or not this ride is gonna work. I feel like it's gonna be a bit... much. We'll see. And down we go. Looping worked. Okay. That might be okay. Huh. Alright. I like it. Doesn't seem too bad. So, it's medium nausea, high intensity, high excitement. Decent. Now I just need to try and add some benches, if possible. Yeah, seems to be working. There. Some benches outside. Bins. Benches. Bins. Benches. Bins. And benches. It'll be a bit boring for them, but they'll have bins and benches to keep them company. Alright. So... there. That resets it. I kinda like this. It is very silly, but I like how it turned out. Let's see, can I paint this? Yes, good. Maybe see-through rides for this part? Nice. That works. Just gonna fix this hill here. There we go. make it look a bit more hill-shaped. There it is. It was kind of blending in. There we go. That's better. Alright. That took a while. But it's probably going to be the main coaster of this park. So, makes sense to spend some time on it. Okay. And I won't have them ride it just yet. I'll have to build some more other stuff around, because, well, these people are going to be grumpy afterwards. So I'll make sure to get them some food. Oh, why is that Sphinx gone? Pretty sure it should be here. There. Now it's back. How do I want to do this? There, I could split up the different types of stalls. Thanks for the follow. Let's do an information desk right there. And some bathrooms on the other side. Facing the middle. And probably some bathrooms over here. Nope. Not enough money right now. Come on. You can do it. There. And some drinks. I mean, maybe it would have been better if I just deleted part of that path. Look, they don't need to go around here. Could have a small coaster over here. But it'll make it less complicated in terms of pathfinding. Because I don't trust the game to have people move in ways that make sense. Okay. And let's do some balloons. To celebrate that they are outside. You know? Things will follow. The balloons are going to be bright red. To be nice and visible. Alright, and some benches. And connecting this path up. There. Connecting it here. And where was the other section? No, what was this one? Is the way down connected now? No, it's not. There it is. Okay. There we go. Some cotton candy. Great food to eat in the rain. And some drinks. There. Just need to keep these people fed and watered. There. Some more bins. Beautiful. Now people can spread out a bit more in this part. Alright. What else have we unlocked in the meantime? Right, the go-karts. This thing, yes! That looks like the perfect spot for it. Maybe. There, I'll have it right here. Thanks, I'll follow. The entrance will be over here. The exit will be over here. There. And the cars are going to be orange. Now, let's do bright green. So many orange things today. There. Now let's undestroy the stuff I just messed up. Oh, the Martian stuff is interesting. Okay, and open it. So are people happy while they're walking here? Good. And underground view. How's that queue going? It's not too bad. Good. No, it's a handyman. Okay, we'll have to make sure to give them plenty of food and stuff before we let them go down there. Alright. Means that they'll have to be along this path. So let's do fries. And probably some more drinks on this side. Just to make sure that if they go down there, they'll come past it. Like, they'll have some sort of food, some sort of drink before they go down. Because that's kind of important. And they'll also have access to a bathroom before then. Park is filling up, and that's the final year. So anything we haven't built yet? Oh, the go-karts, right. This does look like a good spot for a go-kart track. Decent amount of flat ground. I think I'll maybe... Oh, I might incorporate this hill. Could work. So let's start here. Doesn't seem to want to go up that hill. I can go up before the hill. should be pretty fun for a go-kart track. Okay, we need to plan this a bit better. Here. And it'll be nice reflective tints. Entrance will be over here. Exit will be over here. Does it fit? No, it does not. Oh, nice construction sounds. Any day's a good day for construction. Not sure how much the microphone is picking up of it, but yeah. It's very construction-y. Can confirm. There. Okay. And there. Let's open the go-karts. And close that path. Nice. And how about maybe put something there? Something like that, maybe? And see-through sports. No, I try and fix this miss. Good. Looks smooth enough. They are sand dunes, so might as well try and make them look like sand dunes. The line for this thing is also quite popular. So I guess we just have more of the usual attractions. So, like, another carousel? Why not? You can't stop me from building another one. That connects, and let's open it. Yeah, people are queuing for it. So what do we put back here? Think so, follow. Maybe a roller coaster. We don't currently have the money for it, but eventually we will. Do we have one of the small ones unlocked? Well, not the teeny tiny one. Do like that one. Like the wild rodent or whatever it's called. But we haven't unlocked it, so not that one. Thank you. Maybe we'll do this one? I think that one's fairly maneuverable. So let's just put the station platform on here. So people can say hi to the people going down on that roller coaster ride. Maybe not. Seems a bit dangerous to have them that close. Okay, I think this is the way forward. There. Let's go this far up. Go down. Then... no, we can't fit a corner there. There. Yeah, that's decent. Hello, how are you doing today? And then down here. Can we fit that? No. Yeah. True that. Is this far enough? Yeah, okay. We can build path over this point. Oh, not enough cash. Whoopsies. Keep forgetting to check. There. Now we go down to the height we're supposed to be at. And we we'll lower the one there. There. And then some S-bends. There. Not enough money. Of course. There we go. And then entrance and exit. I think this one turned out decent. We'll see if the game agrees. There. Let's test it. Can change the colours of the horses. I think the blankets should be more of a carpet type colour. There. Right. Entrance should go first. There. And exit. There. we've got enough guests already. Good. I feel like I should have something else at the end here. Ooh, the vertical coaster. Those are fun. How are we doing in terms of finances? We are still in the red. Good. One more slide at the end. Maybe. I don't know. Just can't find anything that fits perfectly. Well, when in doubt, a souvenir stall. And some balloons. Because we need more balloons around here. I want them to be bright red. There we go. Okay. Seems they're having a rough time over here. Oof. Looking a bit green. Actually, I could have just used... Oh, like, I could have moved the exit over a bit. And not had this issue? Oh well. If that coaster breaks down, I guess I could fix it, but otherwise, probably won't. So... I guess we could try and pay back some of that loan? To at least get the company value to be positive. That would be nice. Eventually. Because otherwise I'll keep on being tempted to spend that money. Oh, right, this coaster. How expensive is it? It needs to be way more expensive than that. How about... €7. Are people okay with that? They seem to be okay with that. Yeah, yeah. That should help. So follow. So this is what the park looks like so far. I like it. This area is a bit empty. So I'll have to add something there. Oh, this thing. That's new. Definitely gonna add that. There. Let's open it. I've never seen that one before. Wonder how it works. Come on. How many people fit on that ship? Certainly a lot. There. Oh, it's gonna go all the way upside down, isn't it? How's the nausea rating on that? Medium. Yeah, gonna add some benches. There. Whee! Let's do... Sure. 7 swings. Yeah, it's a short stream today. Yeah. It's RollerCoaster Tycoon. There. But I'm having fun. Having fun is healthy. I like how that turned out. And I mean, seems the people in this park like it too. Alright, company value is positive now. Because I mean, I wanted at least that much. And let's add the other stalls here. Yes. But yeah, I wouldn't be streaming this long if I felt like my voice wasn't up for it, and like, it's a bit tired, but not more tired than usual. So, yeah. So... Nobody's queuing for that anymore. Yes, I am having fun. How can you tell? Bit of a shame that some rides just end up being completely abandoned when you've got a bigger park. Because the other ones are more interesting. Like, nobody's going on the carousel. It's just ridiculous. What about the other one? They're queuing for that one. Is it just because it's old? Is that it? Maybe. I'll just delete this one and build a new one. And then we'll find out. Actually, how big of a base does this need? We'll just build that. Why not? That's a fun big thing to have in the desert. Entrance here. Exit there. That way, right when you come in, you can get an overview of the entire park. I'm not paying that much. Not paying that much. Sorry about the construction sounds. Yeah. That is all. Can't do anything about them. There. Now there's some people going in there. Still hardly anyone going on the slide. The scrambled eggs, I mean. Some people going on the slide. Just down to €1. It's a bargain. Okay. And that's already down to €1. 50 cents. Okay, good enough. And they're stuck again. Fine. There's nobody queuing for this one. Now some people are queuing in. Okay. So it seems once rides get older, you need to lower the price on them. At the start you can crank up the price, but then you need to lower it again, because otherwise nobody wants to go on that thing. Thank you for the 1 bit. Oh, whoopsies. Sorry. Resized the window accident. It happens. now we just hire people to keep everything running. There's some funny lamps. I'm guessing that's with the Martian pack that you get those. Still got some people getting sick. I'll just hire even more handymen. No such thing as too many of them. We've got money right now. And not much room to add anything, so... Not sure what happened to that security guard. He was just in the void. Okay. Wonder how that happened. Let's also get 20 mechanics. It's quite the park. Not many people buying balloons, though. I guess they might be low on money after going through this entire park. Maybe we'll actually be able to pay back that entire loan. Now that people are queuing for stuff again. Or at least earning something. Instead of just having them go past. Do we have any more stalls that I haven't added? I think we don't have a cotton candy stall here yet. What was it? There it is. It's been a long time since I've had cotton candy, but it's such a miss to eat. Especially when you've got long hair and it's windy. It's a bad combination. Totally not speaking from experience. But yeah. Looks like a thriving park. It how happy are people when they come out of there? Not too bad. Not too bad. Well, he's hungry, but they didn't buy any food. They did walk past the fry stall. I guess there was too much to look at. But, oh well. Yeah, we've got some blue balloons being sold. Not sure where. There's the blue balloons. There. For the rest of the time, it'll be red balloons. But odds are there'll still be some people in the park with blue balloons at the end. Oh right, making them free. Same price. Open. That should help. They'll attack any second now. Stuck on that. Silly slides. Basically, when they get repaired, they'll still be stuck a lot of the time. Whee. People are getting quite nauseous from that. I don't blame them. Slowly being turned upside down does sound like the kind of thing that would cause nausea. Whee! Well, I could take out a loan. So I could have more money available if I need it. But I am paying back my loan, so that's why I look like I'm low on money. But the company values 10,000. They could take out 11,000 in loans, so. Still kind of funny how at the end of this fancy walkway is a place where you can buy balloons and stuffed animals. It just fits. Yeah, overall, I guess seem quite happy. Rating of 937. Oh, we've got, well, a decent amount of, well, decent number of visitors. Yeah, student loans seem like a hassle. I'm glad I don't have to deal with those, because, yeah. Different countries have different ways of financing education. And I'm lucky enough to have studied in one where you can basically study for free. So, yeah. It's very nice to have that. because then you don't have to worry about student loans. It just seems kinda not so nice to, like, first thing out of school, you take out a giant loan because, you know, you have all the life experience to do that. Totally won't get screwed over. Thanks so follow. Well, depending on the country, it can be a pretty big deal. Some people's student loans seem to, like, be the cost of a house. So... it depends on the country. I've just heard of lots of people who still struggle with their loans, so... just saying, like, I personally am not, but... This person is nauseous, walking all the way up here. Alright. But they want to go on something more thrilling than the Ferris wheel. Tidiest park in the country. Well, there we go. That's the last month. There's still some blue balloons around. Is there another shop that sells them? Or have I eliminated all the blue balloons? Seems like I might have. One balloon stall right at the entrance to tempt people to get a balloon right when they get in. Come on. Get some balloons. Yes. And they're stuck again. Just lower that? Well, raise that actually. Words are difficult. Same for this one. We'll just change it to 15 seconds and hope that they won't always get stuck. That would be nice. Yeah, we could have more balloon stalls, sure. There goes one of them. Balloons. It's just so nice to watch all the balloons be let go at the end. Basically, I just want people to litter a whole bunch. It is the desert. So, I mean, who cares, right? If you litter in the desert, is it really littering? And get some balloons. Yes. Join us. There. Alright, that's probably enough balloon stalls. Guess we do one last advertising campaign for everything. Whatever, swinging ship. Coaster 4. Whichever one that was. There, stop raining. Now go buy your balloons. Well, take your balloons. They are free. Just go get them. Now. There are still some blue balloons around. These people have been in the park for so long. Let's see. There's one walking around. This person has just been walking around for ages. Been on 29 rides. Been in the park for 2 hours and 49 minutes. I think that's my time, not game time. So that person has been in the park for almost 3 years. You know, reasonable amount of time. There go all the balloons. Some of the blue ones. Whee! Yeah, it's fun to see the blue ones, since those are most likely from people who've been in the park for a long time. Oh, I can pop them! Didn't know I could. Yes. I can click on the balloons! Be gone, blue balloons! Hours of fun. Alright, so yeah, that's this park. Another one done. So we had more than enough guests. 400 more than required currently. And our park rating was, well, almost perfect. So I would say we managed to do a decent job for this map. And let's save. And save. There we go. But yeah, that was fun. But it is going to be it for today. Today's a short stream, after all. You know, close to 7 hours. Which is a very reasonable amount of time. So, yeah. There, back to the menu. What are the next parks going to be? But yeah, they don't say difficulty. This one is the old park where I need to replace the old rides or add new ones. This one is turning a pier into an amusement park. Then that's the one in the mountains. So turning it from hiking to amusement park. A well-established park that has a few problems. And what's this one? The local authority won't allow any landscape changes or large tree removal. But you must develop the area into a theme park. That sounds like a challenging one. And then the last one, I haven't unlocked that one yet, but it's called Thunder Rock. But yeah. That's it for today. Let's switch over here, close the game. And let's see who we're going to raid. So... yes, it's been a very short stream. Totally. Well, I mean, there is an obvious choice for who to raid today, since someone got inspired to also play this game, or might be the second one. Either way, we'll go raid the other spider, who was in here earlier, and is probably building a lot of interesting stuff as well. So, there's that. Thanks for watching. And I believe we've got a new schedule. It's slightly fall themed. You could kind of see the mushrooms. So yeah, plan for next week is to not get sick again and to play all the games. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. So there's that. And by the way, I've been uploading more of the old streams, so the old VODs on YouTube. So you can look out for that. I'm now officially done rendering. Obviously, I'll have to also render this stream, but I've caught up on rendering, well, unless some of them didn't quite work, I'll have to re-render them, but still, lots of progress. Eventually, everything is going to be up and available on the YouTube channel. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys on Tuesday with XCOM. Bye!